We have a delegation, 9 a.m. Wade, is it Colwell? Colwell?
Yeah.
Wildfire Technologist, Rocky Mountain House Forest Area, Alberta Agriculture and Forestry, the River Road Wildfire Mitigation Strategy. Welcome. Could we quickly go around and do introductions?
Jim Becker, Division 1.
Good morning, Wade. I'm Tammy Laird, Division 2.
Good morning, Joe Wahid, Division 3.
Good morning, Tim Hoven, Division 6 in Reeve of Clearwater County.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, John Van Meer, Division 4.
Teresa Lang, Division 5.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Tracy Haight, EA.
And you have the floor, sir.
All right. We'll keep it simple. I was going to do this big presentation, and we thought, you know what? We'll just stick to what we sent out to folks that live in what we're calling the River Road, which has, I think, been a little bit confusing for some people, but it's kind of what I was inherited when I moved to Rocky. I was trying to think the last time I've been here was when we did the FireSmart presentation, which was probably 2-3 years ago now. But yeah. What we're proposing, and just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, and I'll use this map over here. It's Highway 11, North Saskatchewan River and the bridge. This is I think people refer to as a chicken ranch road. This one here. The golf course is down here, and then obviously the town of Rocky is just off the map. We set this mail out, just a 2-page package to all the folks that live on rural route number 4, which is a lot of people basically in the Ferrier area, as well as along this road up here. We sent that out, I want to say mid-March, and we received about a handful of people that either directly called us or emailed us. And I told those people when we start the layout that we'll come and knock on their door and we'll have a discussion face to face. The people that did reach out, they were all definitely in favor of the project. Their biggest concerns were, or their concern was just what it's going to do as far as access to their properties. And the folks that reached out to us, and if you look at this map, all these green dots on here represent, for the most part, houses. And obviously the people that are adjacent to what we're proposing are most of those people are the ones that called us, and yeah, I'll get into that. But what we're looking at doing is the purple designates private land, so we have zero jurisdiction, or really all we can try to do is influence people's decision making when it comes to smart decisions. So we're interested in the crown land, I guess it is, just west of these 2 major subdivisions. And I got my third slide kind of highlights why we're focusing on this area. And what we're proposing is, it's a twofold thing, kind of similar to what we did at Ferrier. The yellow polygons that you see is selective mulching, and my next slide kind of shows what that talks about. And then the red is more of a pile and burn, and the reason for these is just we want to reduce the amount of fuel, or the amount of fuel that's consumed by fire, reduce the intensity of fire. This isn't going to change having fire near these subdivisions. What it is going to hopefully do is take the fire from the tops of the trees down to the surface, where it'd be more manageable for fire suppression crews, whether that's us, Ag and Forestry, or Clearwater County, or whoever's kind of at the table there. So, and yeah, like it says there, allow defensible space to start wildfire operations. If you're using air tankers, you can actually get the tanker drops to the forest floor versus it getting intercepted, a lot of it up in the canopy of the trees, just because it's so thick in there right now. And just allow more for safety for wildfire crews. It's easy to go from point A to B if you're trying to action spot fires or fires in those areas. So we just threw in some pictures, and this was in the mail out as well, of what we're talking about when it comes to selective mulch. And these are all actually pictures from different projects at different stages that we've done within Clearwater County, and I guess this last one would be just Mountain View County, but this second photo here is actually taken from Ferrier 2 winters ago, just right after the mulching was done. And really what we're focusing on all those bullets is anything that's dead, whether that's standing or on the ground trees, or black spruce is our other like tree that we're really targeting. And a lot of those other conditions are just to make it feasible and reasonable if you're an operator to actually achieve those two things. And then on the right side, everyone probably recognizes this. I think I showed it for Ferrier, but this is just north of the historic site, kind of on the side hill. You can see it from Highway 11. This is a couple years after it was done, and same with these. These are north of Highway 11, east of the trunk road. And basically what we're doing in there is we've tried really hard to make like a black spruce stand look sexy, for lack of better terms, and it's really difficult. You can make it look pretty decent, but the problem is you have to remind yourself what it's growing on. A lot of times it's pretty wet soil, and you start removing too many trees, and then you create a bigger problem. That's like a lot of trees blowing down and stuff after the fact. And to be honest, with this project, it's probably, for instance, these two blocks right here are most challenging blocks we've ever really faced up against to date. And I'm not saying that with a lack of confidence that we can't make it look good. It's just usually when we're working this close to homes and then this close to the highway, aesthetics it trumps anything that we really want to do with wildfire behavior. And we were actually just in here a couple of weeks ago, and we had a really good walkthrough, and yeah, when in doubt, we just err on the side of aesthetics, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to take maybe more of a staged approach, do less than what we normally would, and then reevaluate and let it maybe sit for a couple, 2 or 3 years until we're confident that maybe we can do a little bit more if needed. But we're definitely going to dial back, especially in here, because you've got a perfect storm of like things that are kind of going against us, which is it's black spruce. Even though it's bog, it's sandy, which is like also really challenging because it's got a shallow root system. The trees that grow in there, because of the sand, they don't have to dig in deep. Hence, they don't really stand that strong if you start removing a lot of their counterparts. But yeah, we are waiting on. When I say layout, like myself and my colleague Blake go out and hang the ribbon boundary. We're proposing that the project would start in this winter when the ground is frozen, and obviously pending funding approval. And the funding for this one, I've applied in-house for the funds, and I'm hoping it'll come with the money that the province recently announced, $20 million towards the province towards FireSmart initiatives. I'm fairly confident it's going to happen, and I think I asked for about $330,000 to do this work, and I think it was 56 hectares in total. About 10 of that is pile and burn, and the rest is selective mulching. And the pile and burn, for the most part, is kind of out of sight, out of mind. And again, when we do the layout, if we get up near homes and stuff, if we think it's going to be too shock and awe, we'll probably put in some buffers to alleviate that shock and awe, because we live and die on like success of our last project, and the last thing we want is an unsuccessful project. So yeah. And then this last photo, and then again, the winds in this area predominantly are from the northwest or the southeast, and this is kind of a twofold. The work we're doing, which is right in here, will benefit the people that live in these subdivisions, the Brower and Spate, and also have a very big favor for the town of Rocky Mountain House, because it doesn't take much for ember transport to go across the highway, and Yeah, I've seen it actually in North Saskatchewan, 2015, up by Alder Flats. We had a 10-hectare fire from the southeast winds. It was on the east side, plowing into North Saskatchewan, and it was spotting across, and just luckily, the area it was spotting into wasn't really conducive for a good fire behavior, so. Yeah, that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
You mentioned that you guys have a strategic plan. When you guys are doing strategic planning for this, is it like, are you forecasting 3 years, every year, 10 years down the road for where you're fire smarting? Or is it just as per funds are available?
So when I say strategic plan, just recently the Rocky Mountains Forest area, which extends from base of the Pembina down to the Red Deer River, did what's called a wildfire mitigation strategy that basically looks at the most recent application of science and so forth. And this plan that we developed for what I'm calling River Road is basically a direct result of that. Basically sponges off a lot of that and tries to, at least for me, put it into more usable, workable terms. And as far as the strategy part, yeah, like even all of the projects we've done to date, we go back and we visit them annually, and just so you're aware, the other two projects that we currently kind of have cooking right now are for Sunchild and Ochese First Nations, and we're looking at doing, shouldn't say we've collaborated with both the nations, and we have a proposal into Indigenous Services Canada for roughly $3 million between the two communities. And yeah, we're expecting to hear results from that funding very shortly, and we're looking at doing combined about 400 hectares of work up there. So, so that's exciting. That's good. And then in the meantime, the other kind of looking forward, the other communities that we're looking at, outside the ones, you know, visiting the ones that we've done, because we have done maintenance on communities to date, like Horberg, for instance. We've gone back there. We've done some stuff out at Goldeye, some maintenance. So we'll continue to do that, but we're looking at outside of Sunchild Ochese, the Bighorn Reserve, kind of the interior. Like 10 years ago, we did stuff kind of exterior. We're going to look at that again. I was actually out there last week looking at kind of the state of current affairs, as so to speak. But we never really had a mechanism to do work directly inside First Nations lands. In the last couple of years, we do now. Like we have different funding mechanisms to do that. So we'll be looking at that. And then moving forward the next couple of years, what I want to do is have a really good look at Nordegg. Because there's been a lot of stuff that's been happening out there. Whether you agree with it or not, there's a lot of history there. But we just want to have a really good look, and yeah, and leave nothing off the table, and see what it is we can do there. Or I shouldn't say do there, just have a good look at it and kind of go from there. So I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Ennis.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. Thank you, Wade, for being the advocate you are. It's been a pleasure working with you over the years, and I just want to let council know that we wouldn't have the quantity of work done on West Country if it wasn't for the efforts of individuals like Wade with the province. He's been instrumental at having us be successful in grants, a great partner, so truly thank you. I had a question on one of your past slides, the one particularly out in Ferrier, Wade. Looked really good, I thought. I was just wondering, that quantity of mulch, how does the underlying vegetation come up through? Have you had any difficulties with that?
So that's a good question, and Ferrier is a good example. Yeah, I guess the reason why we're doing the pile and burn versus selective mulch is just for that reason, so you don't get large volumes of mulch on the ground. And I always use the analogy, it looks like the side of the moon for the next 80 years, which it will. And I have some examples that I didn't bring with me, but I know even at the Bighorn like 10 years ago, for a variety of different reasons, we had all these chips, and long story short, we ended up spreading some of the chips on some of the surface, and that surface is pretty much void of vegetation. I mean, it's not huge areas, but it's a good example of why you don't spread chips like that or mulch heavy volumes of trees. And the stuff that we're looking at for selective mulch, for the most part, it's a mixed wood stand. So you've got things that you're not going to mulch, like aspen, poplar, tamarack. And again, we're only after the dead trees. And I'd say total percentage of trees that were on the stand, on the area that we're actually mulching, is probably about that 20 to 25% mark, which, just in my experience, will mean you'll have good vegetation growth. Because again, we understand why people live out there, and vegetation isn't bad. It's just what we're really trying to do in this treatments is shift the stand from more of a conifer-based stand to more of a deciduous base. That's really what we're after. And if you go out to Farrier, because I had some people call and they're like, you know, photos look good, you know, is there something more close to home I can go look at? I'm like, yeah, go take a drive north of the Farrier Community Hall, and you just get a couple 100 meters off the asphalt and look to the east, and that's what you have 2 years after the fact. And I think you'd be hard pressed to know we mulched in there, because it's very green, the forest floor, and vegetated, and it looks, some people refer to like park-like-ish. So, but yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for coming in and giving us this information.
Perfect.
And when will you hear about the funding request?
When will I hear?
Yes.
Oh, well, if history repeats itself, it's usually like the day before you want to get going. No, it'll hopefully be, I'm hoping midsummer, but I think realistically it'll be like the fall, like September, October kind of thing. Yeah.
And how many months of work?
I'm anticipating it would take, let's just say a couple of months, 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the burning part, the pile and burn part, I guess the one part I didn't say is when it comes to the extinguishing of the piles, that responsibility lies with us. Because normally the contractors don't want to take on that liability for obvious reasons. So we'll do what we did similar to Farrier, which is once it's all burnt, we'll, if we have to, bring water trucks or whatever it is and make sure the piles are extinguished. And, yeah.
Councillor Laird?
Thank you, Wade, and I don't know, this is beyond the FireSmart. My question is,
Yeah.
Are there any scheduled prescribed burns for the Clearwater area?
To the best of my knowledge, there is not, and I think that's just a direct result of COVID, and basically just prioritizing like workload and doing those things that are like, I shouldn't say important, but more essential, like fighting fires versus creating fires or prescribed fires. So yeah, to the best of my knowledge, it's kind of on, the program's on hold for this summer. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll just finish, get my last plug in. The other thing is that I've talked about it in length is the FireSmart Ecology Trail. It is definitely a project we've continually been working on, and it is 100% linked both sides of the highway from Goldeye Lake to Fish Lake. We've recently got the blue signs up along the highway. If you're out that way, you see like, if you're coming from the east, it says FireSmart Ecology Trail, 1 kilometer type of thing. And yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about it, and I know I've noticed a lot more people are using it and recreating with it, and I think that's a good thing. So, and I think we're going to reach out. My plan is Pursuit, I think it's called Pursuit Adventures with Red Deer, did a piece on that trail 4 or 5 years ago, and it was kind of under a state of construction. I wouldn't say we got the best reviews, but I'm going to invite them back out and have another peek at it. So yeah.
I believe that's a walking and bike trail, right?
It's a non-motorized trail area. Yeah.
Okay, seeing no more questions, once again, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
And can I have a councillor move that we accept this as information? Councillor Vandermeer. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
So we are on item 5.1. Emergency and Legislative Services 2020 year-to-date Clearwater County Highway Patrol Report and May Long Weekend Task Force Report. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Do you have to push the button? Or is it just-
It should be, is it on, Tracy?
There we go. We're all good? Oh, sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start actually with the May Long Weekend Report. With the May Long Weekend Report, I did not do a PowerPoint this year just because of the limitations we had with regards to information that was provided to us from the different agencies because of the COVID situation. A lot of things changed on the May Long Weekend for us very quickly due to the COVID situation. We had big plans for the long weekend and they kind of got geared down because of everything that was going on. The general consensus was that the May Long Weekend for us was relatively quiet and uneventful. We had a couple minor incidents. Stats were down. The majority of the work done by the officers was education and just working with the people out in the West Country so that they could have a good time with their family as well, trying to maintain their social distancing, etc. We did have a lot of officers that did come out. A lot of the detachments were not putting in overtime budgets, or did not put in overtime budgets, not because of COVID, just because of budget restraints coming into the long weekend. And also they wanted to spread their manpower out over all of the long weekends. So we actually changed our strategy with regards to May Long Weekend and decided to call our committee the Long Weekend Task Force so that we could actually do a little bit more work on other long weekends and not just focus solely on the May Long Weekend. Couple things, there was a fire ban that was put into place because of COVID that had a big effect on the officers and the work that we were doing out there. There was still a lot of fires that were being lit. Most of the stuff, and I'm pretty sure from everything that I've heard from the other officers, there were no tickets issued in our area this particular long weekend with regards to fires. Lots and lots of fires were put out. Lots of people were educated with regards to those fires. And some people said that they did not know we had a fire ban, which was kind of strange because there's fire ban signs up every 100 yards, I'm sure, in the West Country this past weekend, and it was on for quite some time. Couple things that happened this year too. We did not put out traffic counters, and the reason that we didn't do that was I had no idea the cost of those traffic counters for us to put them out. We got good information out of them, but the traffic counters were $9,000 for us to put out, and we figured with the information that we were getting from them at this time, there was probably better places to spend that money with regards to information gathering. So we're looking for different ways to gather that information for future May Long weekends. The committee actually wanted us to put out traffic counters on all long weekends until we found out how much the one long weekend cost us. So we're not quite sure where we're going to go with that. We did get some information that was really, really good for us to have. And one of the things we wanted to do, and we may look at doing the traffic counters on a little smaller scale, is putting them in strategic places, maybe Highway 11 leaving Rocky Mountain House and then Highway 11 leaving Clearwater County. We want to try to find out how many people are actually staying in the county as opposed to just driving through the county. Garbage bins were another thing that was put out this year, $16,430 for garbage bins, and what we found this year was that maybe more people are packing their garbage out. Maybe there wasn't as many people this week or this May Long weekend. We're still seeing messy sites, but we're on top of it a little bit more and encouraging them to clean it up. And seem to be getting a little bit more compliance with regards. It's a little bit challenging, and again, it was more education than anything for us. We did have a ministerial order put down from the government for peace officers to enforce those based on the health inspector. Clearwater County gave out some warnings with regards to some instances from the weekends, but no charges were laid by any of our officers under the SEMA COVID ministerial order. Stats are really strange this year. So for whatever reason, Rocky and Sundre did not give us our stats, and I'm not quite sure why. We didn't get anything from those two places. The lands officers, same thing. So our stats are really skewed. Again, it wasn't a focus for tickets this year. It was more on the education side of it. Page 20 gives you an indication of the statistics that was done. We had sheriffs, lands officers, fish and wildlife, EEB. Sorry, my acronyms aren't good. EEB. Environment. I'm not sure who that is. Could be, yeah, maybe Environment Enforcement Branch. Sundre, Rocky, and Rimbey. This report also too includes Crow's Nest Pass and information from the Crow's Nest Pass. So they've actually come into our little task force and wanted to be part of what was going on here because of the success that we've had with regards to our long weekends. AFRAX, we use the CET channels. It seemed to work well for us. Still a lot of problems with regards to it. Some of the agencies that didn't have AFRAX capabilities had challenges. We had some challenges in talking with the RCMP because of the inability to be on their operational channel, and I'll chat with regards to that a little bit later on. We made it work. The couple incidents that we did have, the CET channel worked very well. I had a suitcase radio or a suitcase AFRAX radio mobile that stays typically in our office that we gave to search and rescue down in the Mountain Air Lodge area, and I was talking with them up in Nordegg from Mountain Air Lodge on the AFRAX CET. So they had a rescue that we helped coordinate a little bit from the north part of the county to the very south part of the county, so that worked out really well. Other than that, typical long weekend, July long weekend is our next long weekend. It's going to be a little bit different because the long weekend lands on the Wednesday, so we're not the weekend before that's going to be busy, or the weekend after, or the whole week in between. So we're kind of gearing up for a little bit of everything going on there. And that's the majority of the long weekend report. Any questions with regards to that? And if council, I know council did utilize those PowerPoints. If you would like it, I could probably do one for you, but like I said, the information in this report wouldn't fit in with the stuff, the historical information that we had, so I just didn't think that it would be a benefit other than giving you this whole package.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
So I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to your COVID response, is there something that you guys did differently this year that you're going to continue to carry forward throughout the summer? I know COVID is, we're waiting for second wave, et cetera, but is there something different in the way you guys are going to regulate going forward that is going to continue even into next year regardless of COVID?
So one of the biggest things for us was the safety aspect for the officers and the general public, and the interactions that we have with the public. We can't stop doing our job, and that was made very clear throughout the road ban season and all of the time that we've been dealing with it. The officers, we had done a field hazard assessment. We actually put together a full package with regards to how we're going to deal with the public. Currently, you know, officers are wearing gloves, they're hand sanitizing driver's licenses when they give them back. They're trying to keep their distance when they deal with the general public. As far as searching of vehicles, etc., if they can't keep that 6
feet distance, then the masks come in. We are not wearing masks all the time. So some of the safety protocols we're going to continue on. I think, in all honesty, those are probably things that we should be doing anyways, because we don't know, the health condition of the people that we're dealing with, and they don't know our health condition. So those are things that we'll probably keep moving forward with as we work through this.
Okay, and one other supplement.
Yes.
And I'm just curious, you talk about the garbage and that AEP had funded that this year. It says directly funded the garbage bins versus the
companies.
The companies had done that.
Yeah.
Did you notice, is there a change in the type of garbage that was being left versus other years?
One of the things, we did notice a lot of people that typically don't come out from the city. A lot more people came out for day trips, et cetera, and stuff like that. And I sometimes wonder if they think we have roadside pickup. Because as we're driving from David Thompson, we'd see bags of garbage set on the side of the road, just outside of where people might have been camping or where there was large groups. And they just sort of left them there for somebody to pick them up. And it's interesting when we see that, because they don't understand that that brings the bears, and we obviously don't have roadside pickup. Somebody does pick it up, but before it gets picked up, it gets scattered by the animals and stuff. So the garbage cans were used, but they weren't used.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, Terry, I just have a question on the garbage bins as well. My understanding is that they are donated, and you said that they cost over $16,000 this year.
If I'm not mistaken, this year, and I think Councillor Swanson actually made mention of it too, I think this year they were funded by Environment. In the past years, they were donated, but I think this year they were directly funded. Yeah, AEP directly funded them this year, and I'm not sure why that happened. Whether the companies that traditionally did sponsor them didn't have the funds or weren't approached, I don't know. That was an area that I wasn't involved with.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Yeah, and I did notice too that it was actually, this area was $3,000 and some dollars. The $16,000 was basically the whole east slopes all the way to Crow's Nest Pass there. So, but in the past, you're right. That's and I think from what I understand of the Bighorn backcountry, probably not approached just out of courtesy for the way conditions are. That's going to be a tough one to wean people off that, because I think sometimes that leaving of the garbage there is they remember where those bins were in the past, and they will leave garbage at places like that, anticipating that that's going to happen. The other thing is that as we move towards a few more garbage cans on like the ones that are sort of the small ones that would be found at a parking lot or something, you will see big piles of garbage as it overwhelms those ones start to pop up out there too. So the garbage problem is not going to go away by taking these bins away. That the great thing about those big bins, and there were some big ones out there, was that they hold a lot of garbage, but people also seek them out. They drive a long ways to drop their garbage off there. My other question would be around I know it's gotten a lot busier in the Bighorn Dam area, and with low waters, there was a lot of discussion at the Bighorn Backcountry meeting about the large numbers of people going out on the dry lake bed, which is technically, illegal bed and shore of the lake. And in a lot of cases, it was pretty wet out there still, so lots of vehicles stuck. And I think the odd one maybe is back underwater or something.
I heard something, but
yeah, well, people
clarify
got
it.
stuck out there, and if the water levels at this time of year are rising in the lake, it might be there for a while till it gets uncovered again. So that's going to be a bigger issue, but and that would take a lot of enforcement, because it's been one of the things that's been out there on social media is that there's people posting, come to this area, you can camp anywhere you like, and so people are going down on the lake bed, and other places that are probably not the best places to camp. So there may have to be, I guess what I'm getting at too is we may see a focus in some of these areas in the future, and it may mean less in some of the other areas like Rigg Street or something where it's traditionally been a focus area in the past.
Rigg Street, the road going into Rigg Street on the May long weekend was horrendous. It was big deep ruts, and I mean, still got their 40-foot fifth wheels and motor homes and stuff in there, but Rig Street probably wasn't as busy as some of the other places. Saturday, the Bighorn Dam area, West David Thompson, was absolutely unbelievable. It was just crazy down there. And then Sunday, it was like everybody just disappeared on Sunday. So it just, and now we're seeing a little bit more even during the week, because weekends people aren't working. So weekends are not Saturday, Sunday for a lot of people now. So the amount of traffic that we're seeing out in the western part and southern part, Mountain Air Lodge area has been really busy as well, down in the Panther. So we're seeing some areas pick up that typically were not, they were busy, but they weren't as busy as what they are now.
I would also anticipate that our closer to us in the county will be more busy the next couple of weekends, because there's a lot of the trails in the public land use zones are not going to be open July 1st this year, as they normally are, the Bighorn Dam ones, etc. There's a lot of cases still 4 feet of snow in a lot of the coulees and stuff out there. So we could see a shift in the population to the vacant Crown land, Rig Street or other areas in the next, especially in July, because the OHV crowd are really going to want to get, the ones that can't go on the Bighorn Dam trails if they're closed yet, or Tertiary Creek, will be looking elsewhere.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, I think my question has more to do with your new authority on the primary highways.
Oh, you're jumping ahead, sir. I've got that, yes. we can discuss that if you want right now, or we can wait until we get into the report.
Do you mind waiting, Councillor Lougheed?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I might answer some of your questions.
Sure, absolutely.
I might answer some.
Thank you.
Councillor Laird, you had your light on earlier? Okay. Any further questions about the long weekend task force? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to our year-to-date. So this is not a true 6 months, so I just call it year-to-date. It's probably to about the 10th of June, from January to the 10th of June. Even with COVID, I know that there were a lot of enforcement agencies that actually stepped back, and you know, their officers were working from home and doing things that they typically wouldn't do in the regular course of their duties had it not have been COVID. So our officers, after sitting down and doing hazard assessments, decided that we wanted to continue working, just put some safety protocols in place. Because unfortunately for us, right on the 15th of March, when COVID sort of shut everything down and our world changed, our road bans came into play, and frost started coming out, and the roads were really, really vulnerable this year because of the way the frost came out of the roads. So officers continued doing it from January to, like I say, June 10th, June 15th. There were 30 overloads identified, some of them larger, some of them smaller. 13 charges out of those 30 were laid. There were a number of warnings issued with regards to overloads, depending on the amount the overload was. 3 of those were bridge overloads, and again, it was that James River Bridge area. We are still having some concerns out there. The overloads there were substantial, 59, 61, and 10,500 over. And I know Officer McIver was just there yesterday and was sitting monitoring the bridge in that area. And as he was sitting there, a truck came up, rolled up to the bridge, spotted him, backed up. Otherwise, he would have went over that bridge too. So there's still stuff going on within the county, even with the reduction in commercial traffic that we've seen. Road use, the officers are still going out and doing their road use checks. We have not had as many since COVID came into play. Still in excess of 20,000 loads since January. That's permitted loads on road uses, not including the amount of permits that we have for single trip. So definitely infrastructure was a big focus during the COVID time for us. And for whatever reason, our gravel seemed to take a real beating this year because of the way the frost came out and the rain and moisture that we have been experiencing. And some of our roads are really vulnerable right now, so they've been kind of focusing on those roads that we've seen a lot of problems on. The officers did their road ban inspections, especially the surface roads, daily. Every shift, they ran the roads at least once a day, if not more. And I think for overall, during road bans, we didn't see very many, Ron, we didn't see very many violations. Again, I think COVID kept a lot of people home during that time, so.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, you mentioned the reduction in commercial traffic. How much reduction has there been here the last few months?
We have issued to date 203 road use agreements with just a little over 20,000 loads in those agreements and 1,404 permits. Typically in a year, so if you prorate it, I guess, for 6 months, typically in a year, we would probably see 500 road use agreements with about 90,000 loads. So the number of road use agreements are a little bit less than what we would see at this time, but the loads in those road use agreements have definitely been reduced. Again, is it because of industry not working because of COVID, or is it just industry not in our area? I don't even know how to read that one because of the COVID situation right now. Public safety, part of our role as well. Still 515 violation tickets, and then as you can see, 413 speeding. Excessive speed, high was 61 over, that was on county roads. 31 stop sign seatbelt tickets, 9 OHVs. Insurance unregistered and suspended, 26. Careless, distracted on liquor, 4. That was something too I wanted to say too. What was really strange for us on the long weekend was no liquor. Very strange. We did not have one liquor charge or incident on the long weekend amongst the 8 of us because we actually paired up with the town. Each county officer took a town officer with them in a separate vehicle, and none of us saw any alcohol on it. It was very strange. Sorry.
I have a question about the no insurance and unregistered vehicles.
Yes.
Is that higher than normal? I'm just wondering if people have less cash and they're
No,
not
I
insuring.
don't think it's higher. I actually think that it might be down a little bit this year. Again, COVID threw some really strange curveballs at us because when COVID hit, traffic went to almost a standstill. So I think that those numbers are probably a little bit less than last year. It's hard to tell, like I say, with the 6-month one. At the end of the year, we might have a clearer picture, and we can come back to that at that time. 24 commercial vehicle violations, 67 warnings, and those are only written warnings. There was a lot of verbal warnings that were issued. Files are down a little bit, and that's just complaints. Again, I think more people were at home. Nothing really strange other than we've been seeing now an increase since they started the opening. We've seen an increase in some of the complaints that we're getting, at a lot of noise complaints, and I don't know if that's because people are staying at home and now they're realizing that their quiet little acreage isn't as quiet as it normally should be, or what they think it should be. So we're starting to get a lot more of those. And a lot of traffic complaints, just traffic in general now that it's starting to pick back up again. During the start when COVID and everybody was at home and nobody was working, or they were working from home, one of the things that we saw was a drastic reduction in the amount of traffic on all the roadways, but a huge increase in the speeds on the roadways. And it was just a strange anomaly. I think it was just people didn't see any other vehicles and they just were speeding. It was really a big noticeable difference. To answer Councillor Lougheed's question with regards, I'm going to go through this and then you can answer. The primary highways stuff that we got approved for, our approval came mid-late April. Includes 11, 12, 22, 53, and 54 only within Clearwater County. For all of the acts and regulations that we currently hold on our appointments, One of the pilot project, a part of the pilot project was the criminal code side of it that we were working on with the RCMP. That is still on the table. I talked with them last week, so it is still on the table for us to be getting some of those authorities. Unfortunately, with COVID, all their extracurricular projects were put on hold, but it is still on the books with regards to it. The direction that we gave our officers when we started and when we got the approval from the Solicitor General to do the primary highways was that they deal directly with excessive speed and other safety concerns based on our current traffic safety plan within our county. The traffic safety plan that we submit every 3 years, and I think I presented it last year because I think we're on year 2 of it. With regards to reduction of fatalities in the province, reduction of speed, impaired driving is part of ours, even though we don't directly work with the impaired driving part of it. Stop signs and distracted driving. So all of those things are part of our traffic safety plan, and moving forward, all of those things were what we were going to move forward with in doing the primary highways project. The officers were also directed that it is not a, how can I say it? They don't sit on the roads and deal with like a running radar sitting on the side of a primary highway. It is to go from point A to point B in the regular course of their duties. If they see something that falls within the parameters that we've discussed in our plan, they could deal with them. As of the date, and I know that it went up because we've had officers working on the weekends, as of the date of June 10th, there were 16 excessive speed tickets issued, 3 stop sign, 1 distracted driving, and 1 suspended driver. The stop sign ticket was really interesting because I think in talking with council prior to us even getting the authority, we chatted about the consistency in our enforcement roles, and Highway 11 and 22 was where the stop sign ticket was actually issued. And as the officer was issuing the ticket, the vehicle that was cut off by the guy that ran the stop sign actually stopped and thanked us for for stopping him and giving him a ticket. So it's the public perception, they're learning that we're out there. And I think that for the most part, most of them are appreciative. I know that there's been a couple concerns from some of the people that have been stopped or questions asked with regards to the enforcement on it. But I think what it does for us is it gives us a tool to be able to give that consistency in the enforcement of the traffic rules throughout the entire county instead of just on certain roads in certain areas. One of the things that it has definitely helped us with is with the increase in traffic out in the West Country. I know Officer McIver and myself worked one weekend, was it the weekend after or before long weekend? The weekend after the long weekend, and we went to the David Thompson, and it was like to the point where we were going, okay, we got to stop. Like, the traffic was fast, it was heavy, and the time that it took us to get out to where we were going was a lot longer than what it typically would have taken us. But for the most part, it definitely was a good tool to have because the speeds that we were seeing were 60 over, 57 over. The speeds were really high. So it's nice to be able to have that tool to be able to deal with it to ensure the safety of the people, especially with the numbers going out to the West Country now. And the fact that the horses are out, the animals are out. When COVID was on, the amount of animals that started coming onto the roads increased. So all of those things, coupled with those high speeds, is a maker of a disaster. So the highest violator speed to date on the primary highways was 67 kilometers over. The driver that was on the cell phone was observed crossing center line and just looked at the officer and just kind of went and kept talking and was talking on the phone when the officer actually got up there. So I think he probably got a little bit of a surprise when he got his ticket. The vehicle stopped for speeding on the long weekend, and this was myself and one of the town officers was stopped for speeding on Highway 11. The driver ended up being suspended, had a warrant for his arrest for $3,500. Was driving a stolen vehicle. There were drugs and alcohol in the vehicle, but we could find no one drinking. And there was a 2-year-old child in the vehicle at the time. So if we did not have that tool to deal with those people on those highways, all of that would have gone away and could have been a problem further on down the road. There was, the drugs were actually the driver was actually doing the drugs when we were stopped him. So it was an interesting stop. Let's see. I'm not sure if that answered your question or if you had another one.
Well, absolutely. I think that's been very informative, and that's kind of what I was wanting to bear down on, just to find your experience now that you've had a couple of months out there and doing those patrols. I was just a couple of questions I would have. Has this required you to consider extra equipment or training or a change in your operating guidelines? And another question too, I'm just wondering if this has also altered your patrol routes. Have you changed how you would normally be out there and about in the community? Knowing that you do have authority on that highway, has it changed the amount of time you spend on county roads as opposed to what you might have been before this?
Put him on the spot. He said he didn't want to talk, but Ron, Officer McIver, has been out on the road a little bit more than I have. I'll help you out a little bit, but you can quantify it if you want. From what I see, so part of the pilot project was that I reviewed all the tickets that came in, and from what I'm seeing, and in talking with the officers and doing the GPS and the mapping and stuff, their routes haven't changed. Their time that they spent on county roads, I think, actually was probably higher during the last 3 months since we've got it. It is the one thing that is really nice, like I said earlier, is that if by having it, the ability to be able to deal with the stuff, especially going out to the West Country, has been huge. There has been a little bit on Highway 54, a little bit on Highway 22. The stuff on 22 was 22 south when we were working the long weekend, so that would be south of Highway 11. Going down into places like Rigg Street, where going down a county road on the long weekend, probably you wouldn't see a vehicle. So 22 would be a quicker way for us to go. And also too, going 22 south of Highway 54 down into, what's the word I'm looking, the Rigg Street, the South Rigg Street area, the Bearberry Rigg Street area, that there was no other way other than to go through Rigg Street or to go down Highway 22 or to go very far east. So am I correct, Ron? Like you and Jason have been out more, so.
We haven't deterred from any of our county roads. Our main focus is still on the county roads. But just when we hit a spot where we either be backtracking or something, we'll take the primary to get to that location.
So, and what was your second one?
I guess just has there been a change in your requirements for training, standard operating guidelines, or has there always been an alignment between that and what would be typical for numbered highway patrols?
So there's always been an alignment. How we do our job on 761 is going to be the same way as Highway 11. Taking into consideration the safety of the officers and the positioning of vehicles if there's heavier amounts of traffic. The one thing that we're lucky in Clearwater County is that we don't have a Highway 2 or a Highway 1 or a Highway 16, which definitely would entail a little bit of extra training with regards to vehicle positioning and officer safety and vehicle safety stops. But for us, all of our officers, the one nice thing with all of our officers is they're all experienced. They've all got a lot of experience doing traffic and being very safe when it comes down to traffic. So our protocols haven't changed as far as the safety for the officers, because that's always been in our SOGs. So I'd have to say no, there's no extra training, or has not been any extra training with regards to that. Having said that, if the criminal code stuff does come in, the training that would be required would be a little different, because that's something that we haven't been dealing with. Jason, maybe a little bit, but for the most part, we're still dealing with it. We just deal with it in a different way before we had the primary highways. The criminal code stuff prior to us getting those authorities, we would still have to deal with on our county roads, but now we're just putting it onto the primaries a little bit more to be able to deal with the excessive speeds under the criminal code for dangerous driving. We couldn't do that before. So if you were doing like 95 kilometers over the posted speed limit, which we've had, the best we could do is send them to court. That's all we could do. Whereas if it was an RCMP officer, they have the ability of charging them for dangerous driving under the criminal code. And those are some of the things that they're looking at for us moving forward, so.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Lang.
Okay, so I have a question here. I did get a call from a constituent, and they were on Highway 11. And Terry, you just said, and Ron also, that your routes have not changed. And my understanding, council wants you to go from point A to point B. This person got a ticket around Range Roads 62 and 64, which is east of Arbutus Road and west of the Stauffer Road. So I guess my question is, it's on Highway 11 and it's kind of not from point A to point B. So I'm just a little bit confused as to why, Ron, I guess it was you, why you're on that stretch of the highway.
That time of the day, my shift ended, and I was actually going home
Yeah,
when I encountered that vehicle.
but you could have gone home down the Arbutus Road, right?
You're right, I could have,
Or,
yes,
yeah.
but then it would have just took longer, so it was just the end of the day heading home.
Okay.
So the interesting thing with regards to that particular complaint, not mentioning any names or anything with regards to that, when that complaint came in, I went and I actually pulled up video. That particular person was doing 38 kilometers over on a motorcycle on Highway 11. And the fact that the officer was driving down Highway 11, I mean, point A to point B is easy to say. We do go on Highway 11 when we go and get gas, we go on the primary highways. We're not going to lie. We go on the primary highways. Is it our main focus? Absolutely not. So if our officers are on those roads for whatever reason and they encounter something, we are not in a position to be able to not deal with it. So whether he was on that road and he wasn't going point A up to point B, or he could have went the Arbutus, he chose maybe not to. Maybe he was going to another county road, a gravel road down, a little bit further. I don't know. I can't speak to that. But to go point A to point B could still put us onto a primary highway. And it hasn't changed, as I told Councillor Lougheed, it hasn't changed the way that we do business. Even prior to us having that authority, we still went on Highway 11. We still drove on Highway 22, Highway 54. We still drove on all of those roads. We just didn't have the ability to be able to deal with those excessive speeds on those roads at that time. So yes, he was on Highway 11. Yes, he could have went a different way, but
Our focus is on infrastructure protection, so I guess that's why I'm just kind of wondering why on your way home you wouldn't be on our road.
yeah.
Anyways, and also second question, so as soon as you hit the radar gun, your video is activated?
No, the video is activated when the emergency lights are turned on,
Okay.
which captures the vehicle
So-
and the speeds.
Basically every stop you have a video then?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh, I guess I always have a question. It was on, but definitely, I think with world events, and we know that the spotlight is on law enforcement at the moment. I wonder, has this, has this been a discussion point for you as well? And I know we've had, we never want to see the integrity of our police service challenged, and we want to uphold the tremendous work you do. And I just kind of wanted a little bit of feedback on your response to those world events, and definitely the spotlight being on police enforcement or in law enforcement at this time.
Yeah, so the world events, the position that we're in right now, from a global entity, is coming across as very negative by a very, very small number of people, putting a small number of people into a bucket and then throwing everybody else into that same bucket. I can tell you, and this is being biased maybe a little bit, the officers that we have, all enforcement officers in this area right now, including the RCMP and all the officers that we have working for us, work in the most professional way. They're all professional. They're all extremely professional in everything that they do. They're met with a lot of different challenges in the roles that they have. Our officers, and I'm going to speak only on Clearwater County, the 4 that we have, I know them all very personally. They take their job very seriously. They are very compassionate about how they do their job. They are paid by the people to do a specific job. Infrastructure, public safety go hand in hand. And are we going to make people angry by writing tickets? Absolutely. But those people need to take a long, hard look at themselves and actually think, is it me or is it them? We don't get anything out of writing tickets. So to point fingers at the officers for doing the job that you ask them to do, not you in particular, but society asks them to do, is wrong. Our officers are professional. They stop, they chat with people. We had incidents, and I actually put them on this sheet here of mine to remind me. One of the officers on a primary highway saw somebody changing a tire and struggling with it, stopped, spent an hour with them changing a tire on the side of the road. Another officer, came across somebody on one of the back roads who needed medical help. They stopped and spent time with them. So I get very frustrated with all the negativity around policing. It is a hard job. And the public safety side of it, it reduces the number of fatalities. It's the number of serious injuries. I know we were chatting this morning. There was a point, and Councillor Laird would remember this, and maybe you would as well. We had 11 fatals in 1 year. In 1 year, we had 11 fatalities in this municipality that all of our emergency services had to deal with. And by doing our job, we've brought those fatality numbers down to just about nil on our roads. Can't speak for the primary highways yet because we haven't been working on them long enough, but on our roads, down to almost nil. So I think in general, everyone needs to just take a step back and realize that we're here for a reason, and without those enforcement people or those emergency services people, it would be chaotic in our community. So yes, it's taken a toll on all of us. I don't even listen to the news anymore. I know Ron and Jason are the same way because it's so negative, and it starts to affect us. Even some of the complaints that we're dealing with, some of the long complaints that we're dealing with that this council's aware of, we know we haven't done anything wrong, but it takes a lot out of us from an emotional standpoint and drains us. And it makes it really difficult for us to want to come and do our job because of those. So the positive side of it, we need more positive enforcement. Definitely more positive, especially in the way the world is right now. And that's my rant for today. Sorry.
Thank you for that. Actually, I'd like to say that, thank you for the incredible work I know you do. And that's why when I do hear those challenges to integrity, I take them seriously, because I know of the good work and the incredible effort and compassion you have for our community as well. So thank you for that. I'm still, when you hear those challenges, you have to take them seriously as well, and make sure that you have the right tools to be able to deal with the challenges you're faced with. And I think that's part of the job of council here. Thank you.
And I think, a couple little things, education and training. So prior to COVID, we actually launched a program. It was really interesting. Last year, MAD Canada came to me and asked if we wanted any report of impaired boater signs. And my first question was, how much? And they said free. And I went, oh, okay. Sure, we'll take a couple. And I'm thinking that they're little cardboard signs that we put up. These are absolutely beautiful signs. So we ended up getting a bunch of these high visibility report impaired boater signs, and paired with parks to put them up at our boat launches, or the boat launches within Clearwater County, and in areas where there was boating traffic. So that was a really fun little project to be involved in. I know that the officers, again, prior to the COVID situation, were attending rural crime meetings and some other public meetings that they were asked to speak at. I'm not quite sure where that stands right now. I think everything's been canceled for us. I know training for us, we had some pretty important training at the beginning of the year, officer safety training, that has been canceled now until hopefully the fall. Did get the commercial vehicle safety training in before that was canceled. And again, I think towards the end of the year, hopefully if we don't have a second wave, we'll start seeing some of those community-based meetings and stuff come back, and be able to attend some of those. Little bit on the public and industry education programs. Again, I think with industry and COVID and some of the other things going on in the oil industry, the requests for those particular meetings that the training sessions we did were down in numbers, but again, I don't know if it's because of the industry or if it's because of COVID. Next one. I think that's probably it. So in conclusion, we sat down and talked when they started opening up everything. We are going to continue doing the patrols on and looking after the infrastructure. Our road bans are now off. I know that some of the roads, the gravel roads, are still in poor shape just because of the frost coming out so late and the amount of rain that we've had. The long weekend task force initiatives are going to remain throughout the summer. We're going to try to work with the town. The town of Rocky Mountain House paired with us for the long weekend in May, and we may be doing a little bit of work with their officers during the August long weekend. Probably not July, because I don't know which one that is yet. CMAR monitoring, so that's the Health Act. At this time was going to continue at the inspector's direction, but we've actually been taken off of that now, so that is done. Inspections are not being conducted at this time on commercial vehicles just because of the COVID-19 safety concerns, and we're just sort of following the direction of the province with regards to how those inspections are or when they're going to be conducted again. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get stopped and your vehicle's not going to be checked. We're just not doing the physical under the vehicle full inspections at this time. As I indicated, the recertification training suspended by the Solicitor General's Department until a date where we can actually get together and do the training. It's all hands-on training, so it's a little bit more different than just sitting in a classroom. Speaking about the increase in recreational traffic, Councillor Duncan mentioned You know, some of the things may change a little bit for us. We probably will be spending a little bit more time in those West Country areas just because of the increase in traffic that we see out there. The JFOs that we were doing with the integrated traffic unit haven't been suspended. What's been suspended is staying in that Nordegg area in the county facility. As far as I know, we're still going to be doing the integrated JFO with them, just maybe not as intense as what it has been in the previous years because of the situation. And we've been doing a lot of assisting with the planning and development department. Some of the stop orders and stuff that they've been working on, the officers have been going out and doing work with them just to make sure that they're looked after and safe. We've also been in touch or have been getting information with regards to some of our county work crews that are out and about and going to be working with them to ensure safety on the roads for those staff as well.
Any additional questions from council?
No. I just have a couple other little things, just a couple things that I wanted to mention here. So we've been working with Lacombe Police with regards to access to CPIC, and I know that Councillor Vandermeer had been working with the RMA with regards to CPIC access, or our county was the one who put a resolution forward with regards to it. The Solicitor General side of it is not moving very quickly, is not moving very fast, and one of the options that Red Deer and Lacombe County actually looked at was Lacombe Police hosting and doing their CPIC monitoring for them. And the Chief of Police from Lacombe called me and asked if, as a bordering county, we wanted to be involved in it. It's something that we are looking at because of the geographical area. We may have some challenges with their monitoring system and the ability to get access to that mobile CPIC information, but we're going to do a little bit of work with them to see how that'll work within our county, and that may be something that we chat about during budget if that comes to light for us. AFRAX and RCMP interoperability or communication is still going ahead. As I said, I spoke with K-Division last week with regards to our pilot project on the primary highways and also about the AFRAX. They are doing a soft rollout. They have been doing a pilot project with Foothills, Grand Prairie, and Okotoks. And that project has been going very, very well. They've had a lot of positive feedback with having the CPOs back on their channels again. And they will be doing a soft rollout with those 3 municipalities in June. Once they get the MOUs in place, they will be putting it out to municipalities to get access to it for their peace officers. And we are looking at probably a mid-August rollout for this area, depending again on the COVID situation and whether or not they are able to come and do the software side of it for us. So the communication breakdown that we had when AFRAX came into play with the RCMP is doing a complete 360 as far as the peace officer's role is concerned. So that's a really big positive. The two, CPIC and the AFRAX, are huge safety concerns that we were looking at, and super positive to hear some of those things coming out.
Okay, well, thank you both, and not just for this presentation, but for all the work you do. When you look at the chaos down south of the border, and it just makes me appreciate the work of, the RCMP, the fire department, our CPOs, our EMT operators, all those people who they're not appreciated until you have an emergency. So thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
We need a motion to accept the 2 reports as presented, as information. Councillor Laird, all in favor? Motion carries.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. It's 10:20. We will be starting the Agriculture and Community Services items. Let's have a 10-minute break and we'll meet at 10:30. It is 10:30. We're moving on to item 6.1 with Agriculture and Community Services. Support for Asokowin Friendship Center's June 21st, 2020 National Indigenous Day event.
Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Service. Morning, Council. First agenda item is the request for support from the Asokowin Friendship Center. Council discussed this recently at strategic planning. It's my understanding that the event was fairly well attended over the weekend, and specifically the fireworks were a fair big hit in town. Councillor Swanson also attended and drove the county's Sasquatch Tahoe in the parade. So we do have a recommendation that council retroactively approves the recommendation that the strategic planning committee made.
So any questions or comments?
I'll make the motion.
So we have the first motion. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We have another motion on the item. Councillor Duncan, that councillor retroactively approves councillors' attendance at the National Indigenous Day event on June 21st, 2020. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item 6.2, capital equipment budget relocation to operations budget.
Thank you. I think I might have alluded to this during our budget discussions, that we've seen some changes coming in how we source some of our equipment. That change did happen. Unfortunately, it put us in a position where we were not able to bring the equipment in this year as we have in the past. So we've had 2 discussions with the Agricultural Service Board about how we're able to achieve this year's service goals for vegetation management and reclamation programs. And at this time, the board has made a motion and recommended to council that we reallocate the capital budget that we would typically utilize for tractor purchases into operations so that we could rent tractors for this year as a stopgap measure, if you will, to give us adequate time to put a more permanent long-term plan in place to present to council at budget. And we've started doing that, but it's not finished, and we will have more information about that during our budget deliberations. This time we are requesting this reallocation so that over the next few weeks we can bring these rental tractors in and start our mowing programs.
Any questions for administration? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Matt, where have we gone typically? Like we've gone to Red Deer, correct? Or where have we been sourcing our in the past? And do you see going forward, that past relationship helping in the future purchase or of going forward, what you're going to be presenting in budget process?
So in the past, we've utilized Olds and Red Deer to source equipment because there is no dealers in the county. So those are the closest dealers that can provide equipment to work into our programs. As far as moving forward, I don't believe that any of those relationships will be utilized. Part of in my opinion, the main reason why these programs have went away is because this centralization in the dealerships amalgamating into huge dealer networks rather than mom and pop dealers or 3 or 4 dealers owned by one company. Now they're going so they don't need to compete for our business. They can dictate pricing. So the answer to that would be no. We're gonna likely be dealing in a situation with someone that will negotiate, because we believe we're a significant purchaser or user or leaser or renter or whatever we do, and that we deserve negotiate on these things. And, maybe I don't want that to come across as arrogant, but the county has a lot of purchasing power, and it behooves departments to leverage it for the most efficiency. So, the answer to the question is no, these folks, I don't believe, want to negotiate with us, don't need to negotiate with us. And so we'll find somebody that will. I'm confident there's other businesses out there that can provide what we need and do it at a acceptable rate as far as we're concerned, myself and the board.
Vandermeer.
Yes, what I'm hearing between the lines, that means you will be looking at all colors of equipment.
Looking at everything, yeah, you betcha. Yeah, anything that can meet our specs, which several manufacturers can, certainly be on the table as far as providing us and whatever system we're looking at, and we can distill it down to dollars and cents and make the comparisons. The board will get that information this fall. They'll make a recommendation, and council will be receiving our presentation around that.
Good, thank you.
Has there been any talk about neighboring municipalities, Mountain View, other counties? They're having the exact same issues we are having. Have we talked to them about, maybe making some purchasing decisions together to get some of those, if we're dealing with a reseller who's amalgamating and trying to squeeze us, can we work with other municipalities and put the squeeze back on them to get a better deal?
Yeah, I think so. And we have some discussions, especially with the municipalities that do in-house work like we do, who are sourcing or bringing tractors in to either to be ran by them. So we are, Mountain View was one that has a very similar programs to us, so we're very interested in that. We are also taking this opportunity to look at the availability and the cost of contracted services, because there is things that we do that could be contracted. Everything could be contracted, sorry. There are things that we do where service providers are available locally to contract. And certainly there's some things that at this time that we do that we can't, but we want to look at what those services are, what they cost, and how available they could be to us before we suggest that one direction or the other is. So we are looking at everything, including that. We've also started discussions with the RMA purchasing division as far as whether that might be an opportunity to get a bulk order, if you will, or a leverage, not only the MITA Clearwater County's purchasing, but the region or the province. So those things are all on the table right now as we formulate this plan, and kind of viable options are going to be presented to the board.
Okay. So any further questions? So we have a staff recommendation that council reallocates $602,700 from the Ag and Community Services capital equipment budget, $26,000 to the Ag and Community Services operations budget, and $576,700 to contingency. Is there a councillor who would care to make that motion? Councillor Duncan. Any discussion on this motion? Any further discussion on this motion? Yes.
Could we just clarify, like, I could understand that we are taking some dollars out of reallocating it to operations. It's the back part of it, the $576,700 to contingency, or should that be from contingency? Okay, I just need to understand what dollars you're moving where.
I'd be happy to speak to that, Councillor Laird. With the decrease in the capital budget, which represented the gross purchase price of the new equipment, and less the $26,000 that Ag and Community Services needs to cover the rental costs for this year, the differential we're suggesting be added to contingency at this point. That keeps the budget balanced. So where we were going to spend it on capital, we're now saying instead transfer that to contingency. If that money is not further reallocated by a council decision throughout the remainder of the year, council will have the opportunity to subsequently transfer that to a reserve if council so desires at the end of the year. So what it's doing is it's preserving this money that was within budget as a placeholder within contingency, allowing council to make further decisions as to how that money will be handled going forward.
Thank
Does
you
that
for
help?
clarifying. I just needed to understand because I thought I was reading it incorrectly. So the actual amount for the rental is 26,000. Thank you, because I was trying to ascertain that. Was there consideration that we would be putting the remainder, the 576,000, into reserves for the tractor purchases for future?
Exactly, and council will have that opportunity to consider that decision as we get into budget and towards the end of the year for the financial statements as well. So again, this is a placeholder flagged for future reference so that council can make that decision in the future.
So we don't currently have a tractor reserve, capital reserve?
We had went away from building reserves in that capacity, similar to how we would say with a expensive fire truck or a grader, when we got into this buyback period, because that amount was fairly minimal, 26,000 for 3 new tractors every year versus 200,000 for one brand new one with no trade-in. So at that time, roughly the early 2000s, we stopped funding tractor reserves and just went to this. So way of purchasing every year kind of on a trade-in basis. Would we, depending on kind of which direction we want to move forward in the future, go to a reserve system? Potentially, because you can see the value of the tractors in front of you. It's approximately 600,000. That's a significant amount of capital investment, and if council wishes to continue with the services these tractors provide, it might be prudent to save and budget that way.
I guess that was where my mindset was, is maybe it's time to create that tractor reserve again. I guess I'm deferring to the folks on the Ag Committee to give us a little direction, because today's as good as any to put it in that reserve.
Councillor Duncan.
I think Matt kind of alluded to it before, that we're looking at all the options. The flexibility we had with this buyback program allowed us to keep 6 tractors on hand for a short period of time, because we kind of delayed returning the old ones and bringing the new ones in. So I suspect we're going to end up in some kind of a combination of rental and purchase, because it's a relatively short period of time in the year that we really like to have those 6 tractors there. So we're not going to be going out to buy probably 6 tractors, even though we do use 6. It'll be probably a combination of buying tractors and renting some for a shorter period of time to get us through that busy season. And also we have to really hammer out the details on how long are we going to keep these tractors, and we're going to trade them off in 1, 2, 3, 10 years. That's the discussion we still have to have at Ag Service Board as well, and try and figure out exactly how much money we need in that reserve. I think contingency is fine. It'll give us that opportunity over the summer and the fall budget season to figure out the program and determine the amount we're going to put in that reserve and build it up.
Thank you for the clarity. For me, I was just thinking, put it in the reserve right now, then it's there, and it's no longer, I'll say, in the contingency bowl with everything else. If this is something we need to do, why not just do it now?
We may move to a total rental program, which would mean it would all be operations. We haven't, like I say, we haven't really figured it out yet, so that's the reasoning there. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Lahi?
Yeah, I think Councillor Duncan covered it very well. We had extreme value in this program that's ended. That gave us, something that really fit our need. We have a seasonal use of these tractors. They're not really a year-round use, but we had more equipment for that seasonal time we had, and it was a great program. I think this gives the flexibility to Ag Services to be able to choose the best value program going forward, and try to maximize our value anyway in this tractor line.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, continuing on from the discussion here, I was struck by the difference between the $26,000 to get us through this season and the $576,000. And it's been partially answered that, in fact, these tractors are not used for a long season. So I guess I'm wondering whether the Ag Service Board has taken a hard look at just contracting this out, because you know, if you can lease the necessary equipment for $26,000, I mean, tying up $600,000 seems like there might be better ways of doing this.
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at contracted services available and the value of those services and the timing. You know, we know now some things like mowing is contractable, but things like spraying is not. So we'll dig deeper into that. The other thing that we're going to be looking into, as Councillors Lougheed and Duncan have pointed out, we've really owned 3 tractors but had the ability to operate 6 for up to 8-10 weeks through the summer. That's just been something that we've done because we can for a long time. We're going to look real hard at this summer and how we might be able to run 4 tractors for longer, or, you know, look at different options to still meet the services that the board and council has mandated us to meet. But, you know, is there another way to skin that cat? And we're going to look at that, and that'll be provided, contracting provided. You know, they are, you know, they're certainly working 8-10 hours a day through the peak of the growing season, but there is some fringe things that bookend on the end, like our reclamation projects that come in the spring and fall, stuff like that. So, you know, putting that kind of down and being able to look at the big picture will be helpful to the board and trying to weigh through this, and I'm pretty confident we're going to have a good plan in place to recommend to council.
So we have the staff recommendation. I don't believe anyone made that motion. Jim made the motion. Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Councillor Duncan, your light's on?
Just another question after we vote on this.
Okay. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Councillor Duncan?
And thanks, Matt. Just was not wanting to put you on the spot, but I'm not sure if Councillor Lougheed and I maybe updated council on, in general terms at least, how we're moving forward with enforcement on the weeds. I think councillors may get questions out in the community because it may appear we're not doing as much enforcement as we have in the past. So
I can go through our plans regarding that for the summer. So as Councillor Duncan pointed out, we met with the board a couple weeks ago to specifically talk about some pressing issues. It was a conference call, of course. And one of those discussions, we wanted to talk with the board, what we're going to do about enforcement for this year as it relates specifically to COVID, but also some of the cumulative effects that have piled on to the industry in conjunction with COVID, which was 2019 crop out, harvesting 2019 crop this spring, doing all the field work, seeding, and then, you know, from the cattleman's perspective, we had probably one of the worst, if not the worst, years for herd health issues at calving. You know, at least in the last 10 years, if not 20, from my understandings, talking with various animal health professionals. So, you know, that was mostly related to what suite of illnesses farmers call scours, but also pneumonia-like illnesses. And these are cycling diseases and environmental type diseases. So the board was concerned about the capacity of agriculture to take enforcement locally here, and also the integrity that we'd have as a county in not recognizing some of those hardships. So having said all that, the board discussed that, heard those issues, and decided that we were going to defer all enforcement under the Weed Control Act for noxious weeds. So the board under the act has the ability to do that. We cannot defer enforcement for prohibited noxious weeds. We will continue doing that, but our programs eradical weed programs. We haven't issued a prohibited noxious weed notice in years, and we don't expect to because we provide service for that. So we will still be out and about. We have weed staff in the field right now. They are operating differently than other years when it comes to door knocking and handing out materials. They're doing more field work and then going back to the office and reaching out through more safe means, because there is certainly a concern to our staff and the door knocking, but there's as much or more of a concern to certain segments of the agricultural population as our staff go from door to door, township to township. No staff that we hire, necessarily has, that we're aware of, immune issues. But a lot of the doors we knock on out there, be it acreage or farms, could, and we just don't know who those people are, and it's likely very unsafe to do that, or would be perceived to be unsafe. So for those reasons, we can't hand deliver weed notices, so legally we can't issue them. But what we can do is continue with all the other things that we do, offering of help, providing of service. They're still getting, the encouragement to deal with their weeds and the helping hand on how to get equipment, but it's just not happening on the doorstep anymore. It's happening over the phone. And I have got some concerns that we're not knocking on doors prior to inspecting properties like we normally would when there's a residence there. Even though, as I think we're all aware, we have the legislative ability to enter on a land without permission, we do not do that when there's a visible or obvious residence. We always would go to the residents, knock on the door, and inform them of what our plans are. We're not doing that, and that has brought a bit of concern up from some phone calls I've got, but it's a balance, and once I explained that to the landowner, they understood. This one wasn't necessarily worried about interacting with our staff, but understood why we would be hesitant to do that this year. So we will be doing that. We are still very visible with our county marked trucks and our uniforms that our weed staff wear, which are jackets with a county logo and a description of what their task there is, which is weed inspectors. So we hope that is acceptable for the public over this year while trying to balance everybody's health and privacy of their property. I mean, we all understand how much property rights sediment we have in this county, and we really want to balance that. So kind of that's the synopsis of what our plans are out there. We are not doing anything about weeds. If we had an extremely emergent situation that absolutely needed to be dealt with, we can always reach out to the board and have a very short-term regulatory action approved, and we can remedy anything that's necessary. We typically don't have those, and we believe that with the percentage of voluntary compliance that we generally receive on every other year, that this isn't going to set us back significantly, and in fact I think this will only help us gain a positive perception out there, building relationships and continue to bolster our integrity as a municipality that understands and very much is in the trench with agriculture and our rural residents. So is there any questions kind of around those things that I talked about?
Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, maybe if you could outline too that we're still in the business of chemical and advice on how to use that chemical and those kinds of things.
Yeah, definitely. All of our other services are rolling. We're taking the same precautions as far as the office traffic goes. But we're seeing our sales of chemical, our rental equipment programs, as active as other years. So in fact, we're likely selling more cosmetic herbicides, par 3 and dandelion stuff for people's yards because they're more at the time, and those dandelions are literally burning a hole in their lawn. So we're probably going to see a bit of an uptick there. I think overall the early noxious weed products are very much where we'd expect them to be within the first week of buttercup flowering. And it's business as usual as that perspective. We're not finding it overly challenging to have the same discussions we normally would on the front porch over the phone. And in fact, I'm hearing that it might be a little bit more efficient because there's less talk about the weather and the dog and the neighbors and more talk about business. But, I don't necessarily believe this will be the future. I believe there is positives in having the face-to-face discussions and talking about the weather and the dogs and shooting the breeze with producers. But I think we're being effective. We've had our weed staff out there for a couple weeks now, and they've talked to a lot of people that we would expect to talk to this early in the season. So it's, COVID's been a wrench in the gears of everything, but from my perspective, we're humming along better than maybe some other, businesses that are trying to get out there and do what they do.
Has there been, with the weed inspectors and their uniforms and the jackets, have we been promoting that either on Facebook or through the newsletter that our residents should be expecting to see these young people driving throughout the county?
Yeah. Every year in the county newsletter, we will publish a bit of Meet Your Local Weed Inspector. At that time, we've got them designated regionally, north, south, central, and then eradicables and are community driven. So we try to provide a little bit of a map as well as a picture of the weed staff in their jacket, and then kind of they go to U of A, taking nursing, and that's intended to do just that, to make sure that, very much like Councillor Swanson's, I'm in the red truck during, the election season, don't shoot at me, and that's kind of very much that. This is also several years ago, we switched over to only marked county vehicles. That's helped. We decal up on the tailgate and the sides, so when we're pulled into an approach, you know exactly what that truck's there for. It's not just a county truck, but it's the weed and pest truck. So we think that's helped. You may not like that the weed inspector's there, or better than the assessor maybe, but at least sorry Mary, at least that they're there, and I think that's helped quite a bit. We all know, where we're at, especially, in our community, Reeve Hoven with the thieving and crime. So it's something that we focus a lot more on than we ever did before, and it's something that we'll continue to focus on.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you. That is everything for ag and community services. We'll move on to item 7.1 with planning and development, the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision lot purchase prices.
Keith McRae, Director of Planning and Development for Clearwater County. Good morning, Council. The item in front of you today is an item regarding the setting the lot prices of the new manufactured home subdivision in Nordegg. As you're aware, this subdivision contains 30 manufactured home lots, and we had done a market evaluation, and as Council is aware from our discussion last week at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting, the market evaluation and hence Schedule A, which has all the prices on it, really bases those prices on a market value. Between the 30 lots, the prices range $55,000 up to the highest $75,000. And basically the recommendation today is from the Strategic Planning Committee, and that is that Council approve the lot prices for the Nordegg manufactured home subdivision as shown on Schedule A, and that we offer a 5% discount on the purchase price if the purchase is concluded by December 31st, 2020. Now, Council is aware, we discussed it at the strategic planning meeting. There is a Nordegg lot purchase policy, and I should point out that this recommendation would conform to that. The committee had determined that, like other developments in Nordegg, it was the desire of the committee to use that Nordegg price policy to set a construction time period of 3 years. Time periods of 3 years and 5 years have been used in past developments, and the lot purchase policy allows us to set a timeline. Also, the direction from the committee was that staff using the Nordegg lot purchase policy stay firm on our prices until we gauge a demand, but then also that incentive or that discount would run until the end of the calendar year. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. I'll turn the time back to you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from council? Councillor Laird.
During the strategic planning, we talked about what that percentage of discount would be, and I advocated for 8% at that time.
For 8?
8%. I still think that there's opportunity somewhere either at the 8% or between 5 and 8. I would like to know or have some conversation around that percentage.
Any comments on that percentage? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Although these are lots that are just coming out on the market right away, I would love to see some actions happen out there and create the biggest incentive we can before the year end. And I would be approving, or I would be in favor of an 8% myself versus 5. Just to have the lot sales start going out there. We've got other construction that also is happening out there. It would drive the interest, and so to me, it's a short-term gain for interest, and maybe the other lots that are available, I'll just say on the north end, the residential lots, or sorry, on the south end would also be of interest as well. Not that they are in that realm, but I would be, again, in favor of 8.
Councillor Lang.
I would support 8%, at least for a period of time. I would like to see these lots sell. I have a question though. Could this potentially come back to council in the future if they don't sell for further, maybe a different percentage, or if we want to look at leasing lots? I am concerned about some of the owners in the behind the museum, because I know they will not be able to purchase, and if it comes to a point where they do have to move at some point in time in the future, if we're able to look at options to help to enable them to relocate.
Yes, we would be quick to come back to council. You know, Nordegg is going to be a discussion point for council for many years to come. As you know, we're working with council in updating the current Nordegg development plan. And in there, one of the discussions will be working with council as to, okay, what are the plans for those 18 leaseholders that are currently located in the historic core portion of Nordegg. So, Councillor Lang, yes, council will have opportunity to discuss this, and you know we will certainly work diligently to try to give you an update as to how sales are going, not only in the manufactured home lots, but also in the other types of lots that we have available. And just for just kind of to share it, once the construction is completed this year of the historic commercial core, that gives us a wider variety of types of lots than we've ever had before available in Nordegg. So we certainly will keep council posted on how things are going.
Any other questions? I'm going to be voting against this motion at 5 or 8%, and my reason is we have a current pricing policy that gives 12%, what's the right word?
Discretion.
Discretion to our planning department. And I think it's either a good policy or a bad policy. And if it's a bad policy, we should change it right across the board. If it's a good policy, we should support it and be consistent across the board. I don't like I don't like the thought of a one-off for each specific situation. I like to have consistent policy so everyone knows what they can expect from this council. So I will be voting against this at 5 or 8%. So we have discussion at 5 or 8. Would someone care to make a motion to choose between the 5 or the 8? Deputy Reeve Swanson. Or, do you have a question, Jim?
Question.
Yes.
I guess I just maybe need more clarification to understand, if we're offer the 5 or the 8%, is there still the ability then for staff to negotiate on the 12% as well? I thought we were kind of set at the firm price with just a short-term reduction in.
The policy builds in that discretion. But the feeling I've gotten from our discussions is that we start at a firm price. You know, and we are trying to work the prices up more to firm. You know, 3-4 years ago when the market immediately went flat and nobody was contacting us about lots, I think the most discount we've given is around that 8 or 9%, but that was only a few. We've now worked those north lots up to where we're settling, you know, somewhere around that 4%. You know, and we're starting to turn down offers below that, and we're still selling lots. We've sold another 2 lots in the last couple of weeks up there. So it is discretionary, but you know, we're trying to, these prices are very fair in the market out there. And for one thing, Nordegg presents unique opportunities that aren't available elsewhere in the province. So that discretion is there, Councillor Duncan, but we are closer to the market price that's been established than the 12% discount.
Okay, I guess with that I would be, you know, okay to leave it at the 5%. I think we're currently Nordegg is in a bit of a deficit in terms of the total capital invested there. You know, just because we haven't been able to sell, especially on the south side, residential and no commercial lots being available yet, or fewer being available yet on the south side. So I am okay with trying to move or stimulate some sales here with a bit of a 5% or discount before the end of the year, and would be happy to leave the other discretion up to staff.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, I guess I would tend to agree with Councillor Duncan. I think there's room for some opportunities, stimulate sales within that community. And maybe if Mr. McCrae could also speak to some of the principles we've used to decide market value, and one of those is cost recovery. We look at other developments. We certainly look at what it is our cost to develop and what is a fair and reasonable market price in there, and you know, just how we come up with that price.
Yeah. We do rely on our real estate agent out there, Lorna Moore with Tamarack Trail Realty. Lorna's been working with us up there for many, many years. And the market values, you know, are really based on what the perceived market for those lots is. Now, one of the things that we have been able to do is we never want to set the market value lower than what it cost us to do those lots. Now, you know, when you take into account servicing costs, construction costs, engineering costs, you know, in this particular case, we will be able to sell these lots for more than what that expense was. In a true market value situation, you should also take into account the cost of the land. Nordegg is a unique situation in that we acquired the entire town site of Nordegg in a land swap from the province, but that doesn't mean that the land hasn't cost us things. We've put a lot of money over the years into a lot of mitigation studies. There was a lot of environmental mitigation we had to do. There's been lots of expenses. But in this particular case, we did not include, the land value. But you could argue that we're covering our costs. The market values, because there really aren't any comparables other than other urban centers, and there aren't any other comparables along the east slopes, we're certainly trying to set the market price at something that is reasonable. We feel that these prices are very fair. We feel that even without a 5% discount, there will be people interested. But the 5%, we believe, could be used as a marketing tool. We could put something out immediately on the website that catches people's attention. So I hope that answered your question, Councillor Lahi.
Councillor Lang.
I guess, Mr. McCray, you've had the advice from experts, so I'll be willing to go with the 5% for now. I guess we can always come back and relook at this. But one concern I have, like maybe this pricing is very fair, but I do know for those that are be purchasing a modular home and locating it to Nordegg, the transportation costs to get it up there are going to be a lot more than the average person in central Alberta. So they are going to be paying more to get the home out there. And that's where we may have to relook at this and increase this percentage.
Yeah, Councillor Lang, that's a very good point. And we see that not only, in a case where they're moving in a home, even stick-built construction out there, costs are higher. And, that's been taken into account somewhat in the market value, realizing that right now Nordegg does not have the competitive advantage that bigger cities do or municipalities located in a more developed area. Nordegg is a remote community.
I just want to mention also the lack of internet and propane. They don't have the natural gas. So, yeah, I'm really hesitant on this, but I will go along with you and your advice this time, but I'm crossing my fingers here.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, during our workshop, we talked about the 5%, and I remain very comfortable with the 5%, based primarily on a market that seems to be firming. And under the broader policy, we have not been going maybe even up to the 5% in any discount recently. So given the overall firming market conditions, I'm quite comfortable with that, and I'm prepared to make a motion to that effect.
At 5%.
5%.
Further discussion on the motion. I will ask the question. All in favor? Opposed? So the motion carries 4-3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, it's 4-3. Councillor Laird, Reeve Hoven, and Deputy Reeve Swanson voted against. So item 8.1, CAO office, return of the regionalization debate. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. So the recommendation before council, that council receives the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Regionalization Member Support Document for information as presented. So the background on this agenda is council's aware, several municipalities, including the town of Rocky Mountain House, are lobbying the provincial government to consider forest regionalization of local governments, local municipalities. The rationale used by these municipalities is that regionalization will provide efficiencies for cost savings, for service deliveries and governance, eliminate fiscal disparity and economic growth competitiveness between urban and rural communities, and reduce the provincial workload and costs. The RMA, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, provided the attached regionalized member support document to support neighboring municipalities in their discussions with their urban municipality neighbors that are engaged in this lobby initiative. The document provides links to previous studies and reports on the subject and outlines counterpoints to debate the 6 arguments as listed below, being used to support the regionalized initiative. Argument number 1, provincial-wide restructuring will produce the fairest results. Number 2, larger regions will attract investment by limiting tax rate and service inconsistencies. 3, larger regions will attract investment by reducing red tape. 4, larger regions will reduce disparities between the have and have-not municipalities. Number 5, regionalization will reduce costs and red tape for the government of Alberta. And number 6, loss of community identity is not a serious consideration associated with regionalization. On June 9th, Premier Jason Kenney responded, the letter attached to this agenda, to the renewed call for urban municipalities for regionalization by saying, a mass municipal restructuring was not part of the mandate from Albertans, and I believe such a significant shift in direction affecting all Albertans would require broad-based public dialogue and should not be undertaken hastily. He also encourages municipalities who support regionalization to initiate discussions through the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, the AUMA, and the RMA, the Rural Municipalities Association. To date, administration is not aware of any response from the AUMA. And the correspondence we received from the town of Rocky is also attached. Well, I apologize. The correspondence sent to Minister Madu and CC'd other ministries are attached. Would council like me to go through the correspondence from the town?
I don't know if that's necessary. So any questions or comments for administration? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
In light of the response, and we also I've also noticed that there has been other responses from other counties back to Minister Madu. Does this council feel that we should be sending a response as well to Minister Madu? This is my question to council. Because we have, as Brazeau County and Woodland County have also made their response to Madu.
Councillor Duncan.
My perspective on this time would be not to send a response. There has been a response from Premier Kenney. I would not expect anything significantly different from the Municipal Affairs Minister at this time. I would also rather wait and see what the AUMA stance would be on this as well. It's that would indicate a general provincial-wide response from the urbans, and I would like to see what their stand is before I would try to craft our own response to this.
Comments on a response letter? Yes.
I guess for myself, in this, I want us, or I think we need to understand that this is, through our discussions with our municipal neighbors and what's been going on in the province, we either, you know, are we going to entertain this as our own municipality? Or do we just draw the line in the sand now and say, no, we're not interested in this in the near future? Because for me, this is, by allowing AUMA to respond, I mean, we can direct RMA. It may not necessarily be a letter to Minister Madhu, but it could be a letter from us to the rural municipalities of Alberta saying, please stand up for our beliefs in this and that we want to not engage at this point in time in regionalization, and they can carry our voice forward to AMA should RMA be contacted in that debate.
Deputy Reeve Swanson, I think we need to have our position out there, even if it's as simple as a thank you letter to Premier Kenney for his leadership in this area and how we support a lot of the issues he brings up. But we do need to clarify our position, especially to Brazeau County and Woodlands County and Yellowhead County, so they understand that we are in agreement in a lot of the same areas. Additional comments? Councillor Laird?
Yes. There's a lot to consider here. I mean, we weren't even copied on the letter that was sent from the town of Rocky Mountain House with regard to their desire to have this regionalization. If you look at the letter, we weren't even copied. As I said, when we talked about it in strategic planning, or maybe it was our last meeting, I fail to see when we talk about regional municipal government governance, and you look it up in the Municipal Government Act, and at that time I had the document with me. The minister has the ability to do that in the event that there is some deficiency by either of the municipalities, and then they can be blended and make this larger thing. I said at that time I didn't see that we had any deficiencies, so I remain curious as to what created this letter to be sent off. Then we've got this June 9th letter from the Premier to the town of Whitecourt, and so it appears that we've got an answer from the Premier. It's clear that Brazeau County has made an effort to make their stance known. It's clear that that other counties are doing that. In the absence of us saying anything, I would suggest to you that it means that perhaps we're in agreement. And I, for myself, am not based on what appears to be in the town's letter, a number of opinions. It is not fact-based. And I will remind everybody, we are very good neighbors and partners to the tune of over $10 million on regional partnership initiatives to the town for those partnerships annually. So we are very good partners. So I do not see why this happened, but I do believe we need to have a letter of where our position is. I think it's imperative.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we, as was pointed out, we were not copied by the letter from the town of Rocky Mountain House. And I believe that the municipalities that are publicly advocating for this form of regionalization at this time went about it in entirely the incorrect and almost a way that was bound to create some negative feedback. Many or most of these municipalities were no doubt in a session of AUMA about a year ago that indicated that the way you start about this is you establish a very strong relationship with your neighbors, and you do that by having regional agreements in place that are working well. And right at this time, we are in discussion, negotiations with the town of Rocky Mountain House to update some of our regional agreements. We were successful in updating our regional fire agreement a short time ago. And I believe that if we're going to move any further in regional agreements, we need to have all of our regional agreements that we have with our neighbors fully up to date and functioning well. That may be the basis for something further. So until that is done, I don't think there's any way we could move forward. And we need to indicate that in some communication that says at this time it is not something that we could entertain.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I'd be very much in favor of sending a letter to the minister. I guess the fact that the town did not CC us, that does show a complete lack of disrespect to a municipality that already many would consider to be already involved regionally with them based on the amount that we do share with them, which is a considerable amount, as Councillor Liard pointed out. I think the ministers need to be aware of how much we actually do share and how much we are already regionalized. Because the letter to the town certainly doesn't point that out at all.
Someone care to make a motion that we write a letter to Minister Madu? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I'll make a motion that council directs administration to write a letter to Minister Madu, CC to RMA, Premier Kenny, Minister Nixon, and Town of Rocky Mountain House into that regard, with that regard of our position of non-regionalization, and advocating that we already have agreements in place.
Further discussion on that motion. Councillor Laird.
Absolutely will be supporting that motion. I think we need to also include in that letter that we are in the process currently of working through amalgamation process with the village of Caroline, and that I think that needs to be included in that letter as well. And as I recall, that informed our original decision to not go down this road at that time with the town, because we saw it as doing a disservice in our focus to assist the village. We were not taking it off the table, we were simply deferring it to a later date. And there seems to be some confusion, and I think there's opportunity to clarify that and further remind Minister Madu that we are in this other process as well.
Councillor Vandermeer.
I would certainly support Councillor Laird's suggestion and add one more, adding additional emphasis to the fact that we have these many regional agreements already, and that we are in the process of updating them and are interested in continuing that process of updating our regional agreements.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you for that. And I guess just to be transparent with everyone involved, that I think we probably should then include RMA and the other counties as well on that CC list, just to, because we're, information is flowing in a number of directions here. It is a very complicated process, and I think that's maybe not as well understood as it should be, that the different levels, and it's RMA did point it out here in their perspectives, that the level of services are far different between these municipalities, and the total effects of regionalization I don't think are not well understood and need to be explored, and so that everybody is looking at the same set of facts here.
Councillor Lang.
just wondering if we should put in the number of regional agreements that we have. I think it's 20-some regional agreements. And all of these agreements, we contribute a minimum of 50%. So I'm not sure, I guess Deputy Reeves wants, and you made the motion, if that could maybe be something that might be added to the letter.
Councillor Duncan.
I guess I hesitate to get into too much detail on this, you know, because everybody has these, in some form, everybody has some regional agreements in place between their rurals and their urbans. You know, how they fund those is different between these municipalities. I think we need to stay at a little higher level at this time. Just, you know, the generalization that we are sharing, that we have regional agreements, because they also work both ways. I know we've thrown out numbers like 10 million that we contribute, but the town and all other towns also contribute funds back into Clearwater County on the ones that we are the managing partner on. So I don't want to, you know, muddy the waters with trying to get specific numbers here. I think just to put the generalization out about there are regional programs in place and we are sharing both ways is sufficient.
Well, the motion calls for administration to draft a letter. So administration can write a letter and we'll have it sent off. Any further discussion on the motion?
Would that, sorry, just question, would the letter come back for final approval, or are you happy to, is council happy just to send it as?
Councillor Vandermeer?
Support the idea of having this council review the letter before it goes. This is a pretty sensitive letter.
If we back to a council meeting, that puts it for approval in July 7th or 8th? 14th. So we're almost 3 weeks away. Perhaps we can have administration write it and distribute it for comments. Everyone good with that? So council directs administration to Deputy Reeve.
Council directs administration to write a letter to Minister Madu, Nixon, Premier Kenny, because he has also been at the RMA, and the town.
AUMA?
Yeah.
AUMA as well?
You that? Yeah, I would assume our RMA partner would share that with the AUMA. I'm assuming that, maybe that would be up to administration to forward that. In regards to our position to not regionalize at this time and outline the points as discussed.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. The next item on the agenda is the CAO report.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. So the June 23rd CAO report. Item number 1, correspondence received from the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association. That letter is attached. Would council like me to go through that correspondence?
Please.
I'm seeing a few head nods, so yes.
Okay, so received from the president of the CCTA, the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association, Mary Ann Cole. She wrote, Minister Madu. Dear Honorable Minister Madu, I am writing on behalf of the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association, a rural-based non-profit society working to address the concerns of rural residents. We have recently become aware of a letter sent to you by Mayor Tammy Burke of the town of Rocky Mountain House and are consequently sending you this in response. First of all, we do certainly agree with Mayor Burke's opening statement that Albertans are facing a very challenging time ahead, and municipal and provincial funding is going to be strained in recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. We feel, however, that regional municipal government will do nothing to positively address that concern. In fact, it may have a conversely negative effect. Number one, our position focuses on two main areas as follows. Number one, financial considerations. Mayor Burke suggests that specialized municipalities can achieve greatest efficiencies of resources, and that linear taxes would be better collected regionally and thus dispersed to benefit both urban and rural citizens. These ideas are highly questionable. First of all, economic efficiency and well-being are primarily achieved through cautious, financially responsible, and wise decisions made by government representatives and administration. To adequately address the concerns related to wealthy versus poor, as noted by Mayor Burke, one must review the management practices of those involved, not change the way money is granted. Throughout Alberta, rural municipalities already assist their urban neighbors financially in various ways that are specifically suited to the jurisdictions involved. Furthermore, in response to the suggestion that linear taxes be collected regionally and dispersed to benefit urban and rural citizens, we strongly maintain this absolutely must not happen. It is widely known that currently rural municipalities are being seriously affected by millions of dollars of unpaid taxes of various kinds. To now suggest that monies they might receive from linear taxes be divided is absolutely absurd. Linear taxes were established in order to compensate the rural jurisdictions for distinctly higher expenses incurred for road and bridge maintenance that results from heavier truck traffic generated by industry. In addition, those taxes also provided an indirect benefit to rural residents for the definite inconveniences they endure with the increased industry traffic. These issues are not affecting urban residences, so there is no need for financial benefit from linear taxes. Second point, representation concerns. Recent changes to electoral boundaries, both federally and provincially, have resulted in much larger constituencies areas for elected officials to cover. This has made it increasingly difficult for voices of rural people to be adequately heard. Changing now to regional municipal government will only aggravate that issue. Furthermore, there are concerns over how representation with municipal governance would be arranged. There are distinct worries about an urban voice may dominate, a problem already existing with the two other levels of government. Finally, the needs and wants of urban and rural areas are unmistakably different. For these issues to be adequately addressed, there must first be a clear understanding of their importance, and then ultimately there has to be a strong correlative voice to promote them. This can be done most effectively by maintaining separate rural and urban municipalities. In conclusion, we trust that any consideration for regional municipal governance be immediately dismissed. We suggest that the current practice of allowing municipalities to negotiate with each other on applicable regional issues, including revenue sharing, is most acceptable and should be maintained as outlined in the Municipal Government Act. We look forward to your response. Signed, Mary Ann Cole. Item number 2. Did council want to address these after, or?
Any comments on the letter from the CTA? Okay.
Item number 2. The Government of Alberta recently announced new funding for local transportation and waterwork projects across the province. In total, the province will contribute $200 million in grant funding to municipalities. $50 million will go towards strategic infrastructure investment program and help maintain local roads, bridges, and community airports, and other local priorities for small and rural municipalities. $150 million of the new funding will go towards waterwork projects through the Alberta Municipal Wastewater Partnership and the Alberta First Nations Water Tie-In Program. Number 3, work on phase 2 of the county's enterprise resource planning, the integrated management of main business processes. Project continues and a request for proposal for software is scheduled for release by the end of June. Council had any questions?
Yes, on point number 2, with the release of this government funding and program grants, I understand that we, as well as probably every other municipality in the province, sent a list of what we deemed as shovel-ready projects. I assume that's where they're going to be selecting the grants of that, or is there an additional process to access these grant dollars? It looks like there could be 2 possible scenarios happening here.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Laird. That is the process. So submitting those shovel-ready projects, and the government is rating priority and urgency on the projects. Reaching out to the province of Alberta actually just yesterday to check status. There is projects that they are viewing positively for Clearwater County. There is no decision at this time, but they do anticipate getting letters out to the municipalities within the next 14 days.
Yes.
Subsequent question. We had in that list, and I recall we had a number of things that we put forward. Did we include upgrades to the Leslieville sewer lagoon?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
In regards to the dates, upcoming events, July 1st, the county office will be closed for Canada Day. Are there any Canada Day festivities planned throughout our region? I know I did not think any were planned. There is a virtual celebration being organized. But with the Indigenous Day Parade last Sunday, I'm wondering if things have changed and if there's any community groups coming forward to do a live event. Have we heard of anything?
We've been informed of nothing at this time, Reeve Hoven.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for the CAO? Let's move on to the Public Works report. Any questions for Mr. Magnus? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Good morning. I'm curious, great report by the way. I'm curious in regards to now with COVID. Have there been any materials that Public Works that is scarce or has cost us more money to get due to the COVID situation?
Not that I'm aware of at this time, Deputy Reeve Swanson. I've not encountered anything myself or our personnel in regards to any of the supplies and materials that they've had to purchase, so nothing at this time.
I would ask that, like, that includes the PPE and anything else that we would require for our crews and stuff? Yeah.
Most definitely we are obtaining more masks, gloves, that sort of thing, but in terms of above and beyond the costs associated with the day-to-day pieces of equipment and protective equipment that we've had to purchase, no, we've not seen any increase in that area.
Okay.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my question would come down to the lagoon summary report that we received from the town. I see it's more comprehensive than most times, but am I correct in assuming that we're still, the inflow to the septage receiving station is between 1 and 1.5% of the total volume? And also, I noticed a change in how the, I believe it's called a lagoon reserve fund now. I think in the past that was in a much more broad fund. Has there been a change in this reporting period, or was that something I missed last time around?
I noticed that differentiation as well, Councillor Lougheed. And I found it interesting that the report notes that the reserve was established as of December 31st, 2019. I reached out to town administration and further confirmed that it's actually January 1st, 2020 that that reserve was established. So our discussions with them in the past have been regarding that reserve as is required by the agreement. What we saw in the past was an overall water wastewater reserve, but no separate reserve for lagoon. So what I see moving forward, I think this is a step forward in terms of compliance with the agreement and seeing that there will be a separate reserve established for that.
Yes.
Supplemental question. I guess then, understanding they have a lagoon reserve fund at this time, and we've made previous commitments in the past to be supportive of some form of usage of this lagoon, and I'm just looking, do we have a complementary reserve fund that would be able to match what they've already, or what they're putting in place for our contribution into the future?
Councillor Lai, we don't have a separate reserve specifically for the town of Rocky Mountain House, but we do have a sewer reserve overall that is funded annually.
Any follow-up, Councillor Lyon?
No, I think that's good for now, thank you.
Councillor Duncan?
Oh, sorry, I'm okay.
Councillor Laird?
Yes, I guess my question is with regard to the septage receiving station. I see we've got some volumes there. What percentage of the septage receiving station is from the county versus the town? We know that they have septage that needs to come in. Do we have, what percentages are, who's using what? And how is it monitored? Like, how do they figure that out?
Good question, Councillor Laird. At this time, when we last spoke with representatives of the town, we brought it to their attention in regards to getting more accurate figures associated with the septic receiving station, in particular determining those numbers, the percentage. At that time, that was left with the town. We provided them our data in regards to how many potential subdivisions would utilize the lagoon, and they provided us with the number of subdivisions that they have that would utilize that lagoon in regards to the septic receiving station as well. So the end result of that discussion was it was put on their lap in regards to providing us a more accurate, reliable number and a percentage, and since that meeting we have not received any form of percentage or numbers associated with it.
Subsequent question through the chair. When was that meeting?
I believe it was October 2019. September, October, I believe.
So probably just me trying to clarify in my head. So you met your counterparts with the town on October the 19th. They're working through some sort of process to try to figure out percentages based on number of subdivisions, and we still haven't heard from them yet. Is that where we left it?
Yeah, we provide them the number of subdivisions potentially that could be utilizing the lagoon, and because at that time there was uncertainty in regards to the percentage they provided us, and we wanted some further data to substantiate that number. So once Mr. Emmons and I made him aware of some of the lack of data, so we provided him with that data to help assist, and we haven't heard anything since then.
Yes, and I guess for me, I mean, it's making sure that we can validate and justify those numbers to our ratepayers, because that's who we report to. So I think it's imperative that we find a way to monitor and measure this so that we know that we're participating appropriately. If we're using more, maybe that means more. If we're using less by comparable volume of the total, I think that we need to find a way forward so that we can justify this to our ratepayers as well.
Councillor Duncan?
I think there are other lights on ahead of mine, but.
Okay. Councillor
Councillor
Lang.
Kurt, when you use the term potential subdivisions, is that just the ones in and around near Rocky, or were you including all of Clearwater County?
All of Clearwater County. So we have 71 subdivisions that potentially are when they clean out their septic systems, use Rockies. And the municipality of Rocky Mountain House has 9 subdivisions that would utilize the septic receiving station.
I'm thinking the only accurate way is to have someone there actually monitoring for a month or a few weeks the number of hauls that come in, because it's more than subdivisions that would be using it. Like virtually maybe every acreage owner out there, every farm, but I know I'd made a few calls a while back to haulers, and one of those haulers in the southern part of the county never came to Rocky at all. A couple of the others went just as much to other locations as what they did to Rocky. So I would think it'd be a simple process, sort of like what we did at the Waste Authority, to get percentage of county and percentage of town folks that use the waste station here in town. I would think it'd be easy just to get someone out there and do some counts for a while. So I guess it's nothing to do with the county, but I don't know why it's taken the town so long to get these numbers to us.
Correct, and that's why I indicated potentially. Going back to a council meeting that we did have, we discussed that issue in regards to the percentage that was determined, and we again challenged them on that number, both Mr. Emmons and I, and provide them with the data. And it goes back to that council meeting where it was just that fact. Councillor Lang, you made that point that some of these subdivisions may not even be utilizing the town lagoon. And as is the case, many of these acreages and so on, there can be much more or much less coming in than that they initially had indicated to us.
Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Lang's absolutely right that, there's definitely, if we are interested in learning these true numbers of what's going in there, then it'd have to be some kind of a coding system based on the haulers, because not only is it subdivisions and campgrounds and rigs and other industries out there, temporary construction on roads, it's a host. But I would also go back to exactly why you would need that information. Currently, we fund, or potentially would be funding, capital improvements to the lagoon. And I'm not sure I even clearly understand that current septic dumping fees are supposed to be covering all operational costs for the lagoon. And I'm not sure if they're setting aside some reserves through those septic dumping fees that the county does not pay. It would be the private haulers that are paying those. So, we need to understand that as well. The reasons why we need this information. I agree that if it comes up if there's capital upgrades or a change in the way that the lagoon is operated or something and we're asked to contribute, then that we may need to understand our level of, or the level that comes in from the county as opposed to the town. But I also need to understand that the fee structure and how that's contributing to capital and operational costs.
Any additional questions on Public Works or for Public Works? Okay, thank you. We will move on to the councillor reports. Councillor Duncan, anything to report? Nothing to report. Councillor Laird.
Yes. On June the 17th, we had a meeting with the Rocky Senior Housing Council, and I'll try to hit the 4 high points. We added one strategic goal to our normal top 3 that the province always expects us to have, and the top 3 are the normal meat and potatoes of the operation. And the new one that we added is to stay connected with the family and friends of the residents, and in doing so, we've went and got 4 iPads to ensure the residents are connected, and we've got staff working with regard to ensuring that they maintain their connectivity to their family and friends. The second part that is interesting and unfortunate, and it's a COVID result, is that we've got residents that are moving out due to the restrictions and the lockdown, and that's very unfortunate, and that means that they're moving out to other places, apartments or that type of thing. The other double whammy that I would say came out of this is future potential residents to come in are very hesitant to come in because of the restrictions around COVID, and that the minute that they come in, they are immediately put into a 2-week or 14-day isolation. So some of the things that we're working on is incentive programs to discount the rent for the first month, recognizing you're literally coming in the door and going behind that door for 2 weeks, so you're not really enjoying the facility to its full amount. The other thing we're looking at is referral discounts. So any members who are already in the facilities, if there's a referral, they would get a certain discount. So we're working on those things. Lastly, the ASHA, that's their formal Alberta Senior Housing, et cetera, association. The provincial lodge funding has been a policy of the government since early 1990s, that kind of era. It's something that we noticed through some of the dealings that we've had with the government agencies. And now ASHA is going to put forward a funding or a resolution about reviewing the funding model to see if we can approach the provincial government through AUMA and RMA and ASHA to see if that can be reviewed and increased from provincial funding, because we're seeing more and more pressures onto the municipalities to fund this. So those are the top ones. I anticipate that we will see that come through RMA in the future. So that's heads up on that. Thank you. That's my report.
Councillor Lai.
Nothing to report.
The one thing I'd like to bring up is the Caroline Ag Society is moving forward with their renovations. It was approved at their last meeting, so that'll be a new set of bathrooms and some other renovations in their main lobby. So it's some exciting developments down there. The paving, as it said in the Public Works report, the paving of the lot at the hub is going forward as well. So it'll be a lot of good changes down at the facility.
Report.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Just to report a conference call with Assistant Deputy Minister Evans from Economic Development and Trade in Edmonton yesterday. And during that teleconference, there was confirmation of the $50,000 annual contributions to CAPE and the other REITs across the province. Now, you may recall that the past few years, at least I think 3, that contribution was more in the $100,000 range. So it's a cutback to all of these REITs across the province, and that has caused some distress among these organizations. And also the CAPE Annual General Meeting is tomorrow, the 24th at 9 a.m. for anyone who is registered, and that will be a Zoom meeting. And I will be going to Red Deer to conduct that meeting because of the reception where I live is not reliable enough. Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
No, I just had the senior housing, and Councillor Lear covered that very well.
Okay, can I have a motion to accept all the reports as information? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We now have our closed sessions. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session? Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? It is 3:30 PM in the afternoon. We have ended our closed session. There are no motions coming out of the closed session, so we just need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.